just going up and around. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe it in, breathe it out. Feel the breath within the breath, take it in and take it down underground. Feel the rhythm slowing down to the speed of sound. Worry will not take away your trouble tomorrow, only take away your peace today. Worry will not take away your pain, your sorrow. Bring it back to the breath and it can all melt away. Give in, give out, give in, give out. No longer looking outward for what lies inside. Don't need to ever cut or sever what can be untied. How in the world does it change? How in the world does it change? The answer always seems to be the same. The answer always seems to be the same. Don't hold your breath. Let it out, let it in, let it out. Less and less I'm thinking, more and more, and for sure now. More and more I'm thinking, less and less, no stress. Bring it in, bring it out, bring it in, bring it out. It's so simple that it's easy not to see or believe, but you're exactly where you need to be, so just breathe. Worry will not take away your trouble tomorrow, only take away your peace today. Worry will not take away your pain, your sorrow. Bring it back to the breath and it can all melt away. How in the world does it change? How in the world does it change? The answer always seems to be the same. The answer always seems to be the same. Don't hold your breath. Let it out. Let it in. Let it out. Don't hold your breath. Don't hold your breath. Let it out. Let it in. Let it out. Don't hold your breath. Don't hold your breath.
For many of us, spirituality is just the quest to find essence or true meaning and to really just connect with a higher consciousness.
Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Connecting with your spirituality is very important in this life. By becoming mindful of all of it, you can realize where you are and if that is leading you to where you want to go.
Listen to the little simple things, because it's those little simple things that are going to shift you vibrationally in such a way that will prepare you to become very intuitively minded and ready to step forward on the next part of your path.
I hope you can feel the love that's inside you, it's inside me, that connects us.
Awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness.
Hey everybody, thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio. This song is Move Mountains by Shimshay.
Jaja lead our way, I follow forever I say. Faith in Jah Yahweh, now move mountains I say. Yeah, yeah, for Jaja lead our way, higher forward forever I say. Faith in Jah Yahweh, now move mountains I say. Surrender, let go of your fear. For Jah is always here, right now and forever. Surrender, accept all that comes. For Jah is always one in every endeavor, right now and forever. In every endeavor, right now and forever. For Jah Jah lead our way, I follow forever I say. Faith in Jah Yahweh, now move mountains I say. Yeah, yeah, for Jah Jah lead our way, I forward forever I say. Faith in Jah Yahweh, now move mountains I say. And life is a simple thing you'll find, and it ain't hard to change your mind. But leave all your worldly desire behind. Yeah, yeah. Surrender, accept all that comes. For Jah is always one in every endeavor. Surrender, let go of your fear. For Jah is always here, right now and forever. In every endeavor, right now and forever. In every endeavor, right now and forever. In every endeavor, right now and forever. In every endeavor. And life is a simple thing you'll find, and it ain't hard to change your mind. But leave all your worldly desire behind. Yeah, yeah. Jah Jah lead our way, I follow forever I say. Faith in Jah Yahweh, now move mountains I say. Yeah, yeah, for Jah Jah lead our way, I forward forever I say. Faith in Jah Yahweh, now move mountains I say. Yeah, for Jah Jah lead our way, I follow forever I say. Faith in Jah Yahweh, now move mountains I say. Yeah, yeah, for Jah Jah lead our way, I follow forever I say. Faith in Jah Yahweh, now move mountains I say.
That was Move Mountains by Shimshay. You are listening to Bring Me Life Radio. I am Silamon, delighted to be here with you in this life today. We are going to have some uplifting and positive music, like usual. We'll also have meditating on fairy tales with Sean Kramer, who will be discussing the story Cat in the Hat. We'll also be playing a talk today by Tara Brach on freedom in the midst of difficulty. This is a speech that she has on her YouTube page as a Creative Commons video, so we're very thankful that we are able to play this talk for everyone. If there's time at the end of today, we will have a guided meditation at the end of the broadcast. Also, there are a few announcements that I will make after we play this next song, which is Twinkle by Cosmic Village.
You were born out of the Fibonacci. The whole earth spirals beneath your feet. You are the centripetal force that guards your dreams. You are the volcanic stream of conscious reality. So just keep twinkling and twinkling like little stars. One day you'll realize how powerful you are, and then you'll rise above the world so high and become a constellation of diamonds in the lunar sky. Starlight shine bright. You are a keeper of the rising light. Walk beside us through this empty night. As we take flight, we'll keep twinkling and twinkling like little stars. One day you'll realize how powerful you are, and then you'll rise above the world so high and become a constellation of diamonds. Just keep twinkling and twinkling like little stars. One day you'll realize how powerful you are, and then you'll rise above the world so high and become a constellation of diamonds in the lunar sky. Black night twilights as full moon begins to illuminate. I look up to drink creation, find myself drinking you, drinking. We become two. We dance, we pray, co-creating reasons to cry, struggles to keep rhythms of the Lord. We try and die, and I think that might be enough. In this moment, I don't know that this is enough. Black night meets twilight as full moon begins to illuminate. I'm trying to co-create. The universe is ours to fabricate. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Above the world so high, like a diamond in the lunar sky.
That was Twinkle by Cosmic Village. Thank you for tuning in here to Bring Me to Life Radio as we are recording live in the back of Mountain Shine Creative. And like I said in yesterday's broadcast, if you hear somebody talking or noises in the background, it's because we're in Mountain Shine Creative in downtown Cumberland. It is an art shop, gift shop, super cool shop. We're in the back, so if you need a gift and you are in the Cumberland area, then come check it out. But if you're not in the Cumberland area, you should totally visit Cumberland because it's such a cool place. I'm from Michigan personally, and I came here and I just never left, and I'm very happy with that. I would like to travel more, but I like calling Cumberland my home base. So, I mentioned earlier that I would be talking about some announcements, and today is March 31st. It's the second day of the New Mind Fest happening in Frostburg, Maryland. Today will include a few different acts. At 6 p.m., the Allison Shearer Band. 8 p.m. At 8 p.m., Hedwig and the Angry Inch musical will play. At 10 p.m., The Fridge, and, The Fridge is from Brooklyn, New York, and then after that, at 12 a.m., will be a dance party by Voodoo Circuit, who are from Morgantown, West Virginia. I've listened to some of their music, and it's going to be a really cool dance party, so if you're in the area, check that out. So, we'll be back with some more music. Just stay tuned. And thanks for being here. This next song is My Dreams, Your Dreams by Aloka.
My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. May the spells be lifted, the gifts be delivered. All who hear your voice become uplifted. May the shift be swift and the arrows specific, pointed at north stars for the love of the mystic, resting on shores on the side of Pacific. Breach like whales, like veils that are thinning. The one win is when we all are winning. And this exists, it is not distant. It is not distant. It is not distant. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. It is not distant. The signposts on the road, this journey that we've been on, the love that's held us in the pain that's surfaced. Keep that North Star, stay on purpose. Put our work in and it's all worth it. After storms come rainbows, faith renewed in the dawn. Broken hearts turn to states of calm. Invited on the best ride, I'll meet you on the other side. In a field beyond right and wrong, where harmony is our song, unity is our call. We are strong, we are strong. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers.
New Mindfest is a free arts festival for the community to experience progressive entertainment and ecstatic fun. March 30th through April 1st, 6 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. at Dante's Bar in Frostburg, Maryland.
Thanks for tuning in here to Bring Me to Life Radio. Looks like we have... hang on, let me catch up to my thoughts. Looks like we have about time for 2 more songs until we get into Cat in the Hat with Sean Kramer. After that show with Sean Kramer, we'll have a few hours of positive and uplifting music. If you are listening on demand, you are able to skip ahead. So if you're using your phone on mobile, just tap the icon that looks like an open book, and it will show you a list of all of our different segments for today. So this next song is Dance Until We Die by Plato.
Here we go, here once more. Standing on the edge of the world, looking down, and we know ain't nothing gonna break our fall. Close your eyes, say goodbye to the place that made you forget. Lifting up to the sky, let's leave all our problems behind. Let's be ghosts tonight, it will be alright. This is just one night in our entire lives. Oh, we shine so bright, baby, you and I, under velvet sky. Let's dance until we die. Here we are, at the start, and for once outside of our heads, looking in, and we know ain't nothing gonna break our hearts. Close your eyes, say goodbye to the place that's full of regret. Yeah, lifting up to the sky, let's leave all our problems behind. Let's be ghosts tonight, it will be alright. This is just one night in our entire lives. Oh, we shine so bright, baby, you and I, under velvet sky. Let's dance until we die. Let's be ghosts tonight, it will be alright. In the dark of night, by the candlelight, oh, the stars are bright, like the whitest white in the velvet sky. Let's dance until we die.
When you are perfectly free to feel stuck or not stuck, then you're unstuck. Because actually, nothing can stick on the real mind.
Let's be ghosts tonight, it will be alright. This is just one night in our entire lives. Oh, we shine so bright, baby, you and I, under velvet sky. Let's dance until we die. Let's be ghosts tonight, it will be alright. In the dark of night, by the candlelight, oh, the stars are bright, like the whitest white in the velvet sky. Let's dance until we die.
This is going to be the last song until Meditating on Fairy Tales. This is You Make Me Wanna by Honeycomb.
You make me wanna reach for the sky. You make me wanna travel far and wide. You make me wanna follow my heart. You make me wanna. You make me wanna follow my dreams. You make me wanna love endlessly. You make me wanna go everywhere. I just want you to be there. I just want you to be there. You make me want to. You make me want to. So I want you. So badly I want you. You make me want to. You make me want to. So I want you. So badly I want you. I'm prone to, like your dazzling beauty. You know the things of me, like the sweat you wear, how it feels in the air when you're there. You know the things I mean, like the sweaters you wear, how it feels in the air when you're there. Nothing compares to the sweaters you wear, or what I feel in the air, baby, when you're there. You make me wanna reach for the sky. You make me wanna travel far and wide. You make me wanna follow my heart. You make me wanna. You make me wanna follow my dreams. You make me wanna love endlessly. You make me wanna go everywhere. I just want you to be there. I just want you to be there. You make me want to. You make me want to. So I want you. So badly I want you. You make me want to. You make me want to. So I want you. So badly I want you. You make me want to. I know you want to. So take me home to unravel the things between. But take it slow, 'cause I just know things I'm prone to, like your dazzling beauty. You know the things of me. Like the sweat you wear, how it feels in the air when you're there. You know the things I mean, like the sweaters you wear, how it feels in the air when you're there.
spell meditating on fairy tales. Fairy tales are both stories of transformation and symbolic poetry. They are gifts from our ancestors, offering symbols and guidance for our human development. In this show, artist, philosopher, and teacher Sean Kramer will lead us into the imaginal realm of fairy tales, where we will find healing images and wise teachings for our own journey through this enchanted world. So welcome to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales.
Welcome back, everyone, to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales. In today's meditation, we will meditate on the idea of inner conflicts as expressed or externalized in fantasy through fairy tales and children's stories. And we'll take as an example the children's story Cat in the Hat, which, while not strictly a fairy tale, is very fairy tale-like in many ways and is a good example, a simple, clear example to manifest some things that are true of fairy tales and a lot of children's stories. So to begin, let us bring ourselves into a relaxed, meditative state of awareness that will act as a bridge to the inner world of the imagination. So using your breath, allow your in-breath to take your awareness into your body. Noticing the state, the energy, the feelings of your body at this moment. And with your out breaths, allow your body to relax, to release and let go of any tensions that you do not need at this time. And to hand over to the heavenly powers at this time in your life, so that during this hour you can more freely explore the inner world of imagination and symbols. And imagine before you a mirror. See yourself reflected in the mirror. And as you look into the mirror at your reflection, see yourself going back in time, getting younger. You go back, you see yourself as a teen, a youth, and as a child. And as you look in the mirror at yourself as a child, you see a wound. One of the wounds you received, as we all do, in our sensitive childhood. Now imagine your guardian angel approaching that image of yourself as a child and reaching out with its angelic hand of light and love energy and touching that wound and healing it. And we ask our guardian angels and all the angels to be with us this hour and always, to shine their light within our minds and hearts, to guide our imaginations so that we may form healthy and transforming images and symbols. And may they guide and direct us to understand the symbols. So far in this series of fairy tale meditations, we have been looking at fairy tales as symbolic images. Fairy tales can be seen as a mixture of both symbolic poetry and stories. If we look at the fairy tale as just one or the other, either as symbolic poetry or just as story, some things don't make sense. We have to see them as having both of these facets. Just as a story, some things might seem implausible. Where did the witch come from in Hansel and Gretel? How did the girl put together her sisters in Fitcher's bird, take their body parts and bring them back to life? The fairy tale doesn't try to explain it because it's not just trying to tell a story with probability, but it's also poetically symbolic, and those elements make sense as poetic symbols. In this meditation today, and in some of the coming ones, I want to bring in and meditate a little more on the story aspect of fairy tales. So in the previous ones, in looking at the symbols, we have given some interpretation of some of the symbols. We will continue to do that and try to go even deeper into some of the symbols and how symbolism works. But today, we will bring in this aspect of story. So first, I would like to spend a little time meditating on story. What is a story? And why are stories so important to humans? And then we will take some of those insights and use them to explore the story of the Cat in the Hat. So, what is a story? When we tell stories, we use words to represent or signify some connected series of events. But that's not really enough to make by itself to make something a story. I might describe my walk through the woods, that I went for a drive and I parked, got out of my car and went on the path. I walked along the path, saw some oak trees, some pine trees, the snow, and I came back to my car and drove home. That wouldn't really be a story, except in a very loose and broad sense. There's something else needed, kind of to make something a story. So what if I said, I got out, I went on the path, I walked through the woods, and I came to a cave. And in that cave was a giant ogre who wanted to kill and eat me. And I maybe tricked the ogre in some way and got away and came back. That would be more of a story. And what is added to make this more a story than just a mere narration of events? The philosopher Aristotle called it a knot. Which the story ties a knot and then unties the knot. And so most stories have two parts. A part where a knot is tied and then a knot is untied. Well, what does he mean by a knot? Well, a knot in a story is a conflict. He's using an image of a rope tied into a knot and then untied as an image for a conflict. A story first ties a knot, that is, it leads you down into some conflict or difficulty, and then it unties the knot or resolves the conflict. The word resolution, like a story resolution, is actually the Latin word. Resolution is the Latin word for untying. So the story ties a knot or creates a problem or conflict and then unties it. So as stories, fairy tales tend to lead a character and imaginatively us into a difficulty or conflict and then lead us out. A story could just tie a knot, leading us into a problem and then just stop or end with no resolution, leaving us in a state of hopeless frustration, as some stories do. But fairy tales as stories are intended not merely to express the problems and fears of human life, the difficulties, which they do very well, but they are meant to go further and symbolize also ways of resolving the difficulties and conflicts of human life. So stories then are not merely narration of events, things that happen, but of events in which there is contained some sort of knot or conflict. So what is a conflict? What do we mean by conflict? A conflict implies two, sometimes more things in opposition. to be in opposition? Well, a conflict means that there are two things meeting, both of which cannot exist or be realized together. So, for example, if on my walk in the woods I meet a giant ogre who wants to kill and eat me, and I do not want that, I want to live, to continue my life, then beings are meeting that have opposed desires. Both of the desires cannot be realized together. The ogre's desire to kill and eat me, and my desire to live. Both of those can't be together. One of them will cancel out the other. So there's a conflict or opposition. And so when these things in opposition that can't be realized together meet, something has to happen. Either I get killed by the ogre, or I get away and the ogre is frustrated in his desire to kill and eat me. So when things in opposition meet, there is a tension. Something must happen or change in order to resolve or untie this tension or conflict. This then is a way of meditating on stories or fairy tales, which we can use to meditate on what are the things in conflict in the fairy tale or the story. And then how is that conflict resolved? Or to use Aristotel's image, what is the knot in the tale and how is it tied and untied or resolved? So our story for today, The Cat in the Hat, is, I think, an instructive illustration of these ideas of conflict in stories. And particularly, it is a clear example of something that fairy tales do, but maybe isn't obvious at first, which is they take an inner conflict and externalize or express it imaginatively. So let's meditate a little before we jump into Cat and Hat on this idea of an inner conflict. What do we mean by an inner conflict as opposed to an outer conflict? A struggle, for example, between a man and a bear in the woods would be an outer conflict, a conflict occurring in the outer world. The bear might be struggling to kill and eat the man, and the man is struggling for his life. But as humans, we also undergo inner conflicts, conflicts that occur inside of us, not just in the outer world, but inside of us, which is a very interesting thing. This means that there are things inside of us, our own selves, which we feel as a kind of unity, but things that are in opposition. Things in us that can't both exist or be realized together, which then creates an inner tension, so that one or both of the things in opposition must change. So I might have, for example, two desires inside of me which are in opposition, which cannot both be realized. I might desire to get up an hour early before work and do yoga and meditate. But I might also at the same time desire to sleep another hour. Or I might desire to spend my evening studying, learning something or studying something for school. And at the same time, I might desire to spend the evening, say, watching movies on Netflix. So I will be in an inner conflict. I will have one desire opposing another. If I sleep the extra hour, I will miss the time for yoga and meditation. If I get up and do the yoga, I will not get that extra hour of sleep. Both desires can't be realized together. A married person might desire to be faithful to their partner and might be in a situation where they are attracted by another person. And they can't do both. They can't remain faithful and become sexually involved with another person. One of those desires will be realized and the other will not. And this is an especially human thing, this idea of inner conflicts. It's not seen so much in animals. When I was working on a ranch in Colorado, I was working with the cows, and if I wanted them to follow me, I took a bucket of these pellets that they love to eat and would just shake it and they would come running. If they were hungry and the food was in front of them, they would eat it. I had to be careful, because if they got too close, they would just knock me down and trample me and to eat the food. I never saw the cows deliberating about whether they needed to diet or whether they were eating too much. If they were hungry and the food was there, they ate it until they weren't hungry anymore, or until there was a fence between them and the food. Whereas humans have a lot of inner conflicts around food. What kind of food to eat, when to eat, whether they need to diet. I'm not aware of animals fasting. Sometimes animals are sick and their body makes them not hungry and they don't eat. But being healthy and hungry and deciding not to eat when you have food available, that seems to be an especially human thing. And that shows us something special about humans. So inner conflicts are uniquely or especially human. And we might wonder why that is. And we will come back to that, and maybe this story will help us. But there are many kinds of inner conflicts, and there's one that this story Cat in the Hat is about. Sometimes it's described as a conflict between our inner child and our inner parent. When, as children grow up, they have their spontaneous desires and fears and inclinations, kind of instincts, but they also experience their parents who sometimes tell them and guide or command them to do things that go against their inclinations. And as we grow up, we internalize the voice and the morals, you might say, of the parents, and that becomes an inner voice within us. So we can have these inner conversations even as we're older. So maybe we're a college student and there's a voice in us that might be a continuation of our parent, that you should do your homework, you should be spending this time on your homework. And another voice that's telling us why we should do something else that we might be more inclined to play a game or go out with friends. So there develops within us as we grow that inner child voice and the inner parent voice. Let us enter our story and see how it exemplifies some of these ideas about conflicts and stories and inner human conflicts. And I think that's a lot of the attraction of this story, along with the poetry and imagery, is how well and clearly it imagines for children their inner world. So the story begins, there's a picture of two children sitting by a window on a rainy day. And it says, "The sun did not shine, it was too wet to play, so we sat in the house all that cold, cold, wet day. I sat there with Sally, we sat there, we two. And I said, how I wish we had something to do. Too wet to go out, too cold to play ball, so we sat in the house and did nothing at all. So all we could do was to sit, and we did not like it, not one little bit." And now the story starts to build up the inner conflict to tie the knot. And we could see this story, as we can other fairy tales too, as having two parts, in which the knot or conflict problem is developed, tied, and then a second part in which it is resolved or untied. And in the first part of the story of the Cat in the Hat, the story of the part of tying the knot, there first comes in the cat, and things start to get wild and problematic, and then they get worse. He brings in a box with these two things in it. So let's look at the knot, the conflict part of the story, and then we'll see how Dr. Seuss describes the resolution or untying of the conflict. So as they're sitting there, bored at home, with their mother away, they're alone, something went bump. how that bump made us jump. We looked and then we saw him step on the mat. We looked and we saw him, the cat in the hat, and he said to us, "Why do you sit there like that? I know it is wet and the sun is not sunny, but we can have lots of good fun that is funny." So this strange creature, this wild cat with a hat, comes in, and his interest is fun. Let's have fun. I know some good games we could play, said the cat. I know some new tricks, said the cat in the hat. A lot of good tricks. I will show them to you. Your mother will not mind at all if I do. Then Sally and I did not know what to say. Our mother was out of the house for the day. So for this first part of the story, that will be common. The children are silent. They don't know what to say, and the talking and action goes on with the cat and this other creature, the fish. But our fish said, "No, no, make that cat go away. Tell that cat in the hat you do not want to play. He should not be here. He should not be about. He should not be here when your mother is out." Now, have no fear, said the cat. My tricks are not bad, said the cat in the hat. Why, we can have lots of good fun if you wish with a game that I call Up, Up, Up with a Fish. So the cat starts to juggle the fish in the bowl, and he keeps adding other things and getting more wild and crazy with his juggling, picking up books and toys. Then he jumps on top of a ball while he's juggling. And the cat is having lots of fun. The fish is quite distressed and terrified. Finally, the cat falls down. The cat falls on his head. He comes down with a bump from there up on the ball. And Sally and I, we saw all the things fall. And our fish came down too. He fell into a pot and he said, "Do I like this game?" said our fish as he lit. "No, I do not like it, not one little bit." "Now look what you did," said the fish to the cat. "Now look at this house. Look at this, look at that. You sank our toy ship, sank it deep in the cake. You shook up our house and you bent our new rake. You should not be here when our mother is not. You get out of this house," said the fish in the pot. So what is happening here? There's a clear conflict between the fish and the cat. And if we use the image of the inner parent and the inner child, it's very clear, and Dr. Seuss is describing with very fitting symbolism the voices within the child, the inner child and the inner parent. The cat is the inner child, the inclination to play, to have fun. And the fish is externalizing the voice in their head that they have begun to internalize of their mother. What would our mother think? So the fish is expressing their imagination, the inner voice of their mother. They should not be making a mess, going wild, juggling. And why use the cat and the fish? Well, the cat, there are a number of reasons. For one, the cat is a warm-blooded animal and the fish is cold-blooded. So the cat is this inclination to play. Cats are wild, roaming. They also have cultural associations with have repressed powers, darkness, witches, magic, things repressed by society. The fish is also with roaming movement of the cat. He is smaller and more dependent. He needs the children to help him and listen to him, so that in the child, the voice of the parent is being internalized, but they have their own immediate impulses, instincts, and inclinations. So the fish, with its confined, kind of more ordered, bounded, predictable existence, is the image of the directions of the parent. In some ways, we might say reason, versus the warm-blooded, impulsive, exploratory inner child impulse, emotion. But now things even get more troublesome. The cat says he wants to introduce them to another game, and he brings in a box. When the cat ran out, and then fast as a fox, the cat in the hat came back in with a box, a big red wood box. It was shut with a hook. Now look at this trick, said the cat. Take a look. Something that is shut up in a box, but now is going to be released. And he got up on top with the tip of his hat. I call this game fun in a box, said the cat. In this box are two things, and I will show to you now. You will like these two things, said the cat with a bow. I will pick up the hook. You will see something new. Two things, and I call them thing one and thing two. These things will not bite you. They want to have fun. Then out of the box came thing two and thing one. And they ran to us fast. They said, how do you do? Would you like to shake hands with thing one and thing two? And Sally and I did not know what to do. So we had to shake hands with thing one and thing two. We shook their two hands, but our fish said, no, no, those things should not be in this house. Make them go. They should not be here when your mother is not. Put them out, said the fish in the pot. So this conflict within the children of wanting to be playful and get more carried away and wild and messy in their play, that inclination, and then the other inner voice of their mother, what their mother would say, what they should be doing and should not be doing. So this story is taking this very basic experience of inner conflict that all humans have in their early years between some of their spontaneous inclinations and their parents' rules and guidance and command that sometimes conflict within them, and the story is taking it and projecting it out. So we could see this as a description of children playing and going through this inner conflict. And the story is taking these parts of the children and of ourselves that are inside of us and imagining them as if they are characters outside, as if there's a cat and a fish in conflict with one another, which makes our inner experience more sensible, more understandable and imaginable for us. Now these things, 1 and 2, who don't even have names, who are released from the box, are a further expression aspects of the inner child. They're like the children if they completely gave in to that side of themselves. And in the picture in the book, they are drawn like two little children in pajamas with this wild, crazy hair, like two uncared for children, like street children whose hair has grown wild, and they have nothing but pajamas to run around in. Another way of looking at this, what's happening here in this story, is to use some words that are attributed but incorrectly to Sigmund Freud, the distinction between the id, ego, and superego. Sigmund Freud didn't use those words. Those are Latin words, which the American translators put in, apparently to make Freud sound more scientific. But Freud himself said clearly that it's better he thought in psychology to use ordinary language, not use technical or foreign words, such as Latin words as they did. And he used ordinary, he was writing in German, but he used ordinary words instead of what they put as id, ego, and superego. He used the words it, which is what id means in Latin. It, ego he used the German for I or me. And for superego, he said upper me. So he used the terms it, me, and upper me, or we might say sometimes in English, my higher self. And he said that he wasn't making this up. There's, as if sometimes it sounds like, well, is there some like technical part of my psyche or my brain that's called a superego? And he said he was just pointing out something we all do already, the way we talk about ourselves as having different parts. So some things we talk about that are actually ourselves, but we talk about it as if it's an it, like it made me do it, my anger or my lust made me do this, or my inner demon ourselves, aspects of ourselves, but we talk about them as if there's an it that is doing things to us or driving us. And then we refer to other parts of ourselves as our upper self, the upper me or my higher self, my ideals, my ideal for myself and my better life, and then these other parts, that inclinations that go against that. So he observed that inner conflict in us in a general way and said, we all already talk about ourselves that way, as if there's an it or a whole group of things that we refer to as it, and there's kind of me in the middle, and then there's my upper me or higher self. And we could compare that to these children in this story. There's them in the middle, and there's the cat and these things that just want to play and have fun with no thought of consequences, and then there's the fish as this upper me, this higher self or superego. And the things one and thing two, they get kites and they start to fly kites inside the house. And the illustration shows them running through the house with kites knocking things off the wall, pictures knocking down vases of flowers. And the fish says, as these things run through the house with kites, "No, not in the house," said the fish in the pot. "They should not fly kites in a house, they should not. Or the things they will bump, the things they will hit, oh, I do not like it, not one little bit." Then Sally and I saw them run down the hall. We saw those two things bump their kites on the wall. Thing two and thing one, they ran up, they ran down. On the string of one kite, we saw our mother's new gown, her gown with the dots that are pink, white, and red. Then we saw one kite bump on the head of her bed. So as they're running through the house with their kites, it gets to a breaking point. And here is where the story shifts from tying the knot to untying the knot. And we start to see the resolution, how Dr. Seuss describes the resolution of this conflict, the inner conflict within the children externalized between the cat and the things on the one hand and the fish on the other. And the boy says those things ran about with big bumps, jumps, and kicks, and with hops and big thumps and all kinds of bad tricks. And I said, this is the first time he speaks in the story, and I said, I do not like the way that they play. If mother could see this, oh, what would she say? The story now takes the turning point with the boy voicing for himself. Before he said, I did not know what to say. My sister and I didn't know what to say. We didn't know what to do. And they're just observing this interplay going on. Now he speaks up for himself. We saw that in the Goose Girl, that if you remember, the Goose Girl was in this problem until she could tell her story in the stove. She finally spoke for herself. And what leads him to finally speak up, that it's gone too far. He himself does not want this wild play to go on. It's when the things bring out on their kite their mother's dress, one kite, and the other one hits the kite on the head of her bed. There the boy says, I do not like this anymore. And that's interesting. They're playing, they're exploring, and it starts to get in an area where that makes them uncomfortable. This is going too far. Symbolized by the mother's dress and her bed. So they're little children, and in their exploration, they're starting to meet these adult things of gender and sexuality. And they feel in themselves that this is going too far. And that's true. Sexuality is something for it's can be very harmful and destructive for literal or psychological children. So the boy now speaks for himself and says, I do not like this, and what would mother say? And he runs and catches the things in a net and asks them to leave. And the fish says, that is good. The cat has gone away, yes, but your mother will come. She will find this big mess. There's still a mess in the house. And this mess is so big and so deep and so tall, we cannot pick it up. There is no way at all. But then, who was back in the house? Why, the cat. Have no fear of this mess, said the cat in the hat. I always pick up all my playthings, and so I will show you another good trick that I know. And the cat drives in with this crazy machine with all these arms and picks up everything in the house and leaves. So there he's describing a kind of resolution of the conflict, that the children have internalized a message of their parents about going too far in their play. They see for themselves, it's not just a voice in their head, what would mother think, but finally they get some insight into it for themselves. It makes sense to them why their mother has these boundaries, and they speak it for themselves. And then the cat, the playful side, the side that can do things, not just the confined fish in the bowl, the cat is something that has energy and does things. They use that part of themselves to pick up to their playthings. So there's a certain harmonizing of this conflict. They have internalized and accepted with their own insight something that their mother has told them from outside, and they've used their energy to pick up, to clean up. She said to us too, did you have any fun? Tell me, what did you do? And Sally and I did not know what to say. Should we tell her the things that went on there that day? Should we tell her about it? Now what should we do? Well, what would you do if your mother asked you? And there, Dr. Seuss ends the story with that question. There's still some of that conflict left. What should you do, and what do you want to do? So that conflict there can be seen as that inner parent, inner child conflict. It could also be seen as a conflict between our reason and our emotions. But are those the same thing? Is that the same conflict? What is the conflict between the inner parent and inner child? Is it the conflict between reason and emotions? Well, they're not really the same thing. I had a friend who, when she would be tired and depressed, she had an inner voice that was hypercritical and very blaming and dismissive of her in her head. And as I got to know her and she told more about her life and her growing up and her family, it became clear that that voice was the voice of her father. Her father wanted a boy and did not get a boy, got a girl, and never was satisfied with that, and let it be known by his over criticism, his dissatisfaction that she never could be enough, what he wanted her to be. And she internalized that voice of her father, and it became an inner voice, an inner critic. So you could say that's the inner parent. But it wasn't quite rational. Right? So as children grow up, they have their senses and emotions, but their reason is not developed yet. So they have to use their parents in place of their reason until their own reason develops. So there's a connection between the inner parent and one's reason, because the inner parent takes the place of reason until our own reason develops. But that voice of our parents, it depends on how really wise and reasonable they were. It can be, if they weren't reasonable, then it's problematic, and as our reason develops, we need to question that and criticize it. So to finish, let me take a few examples from fairy tales. If we look at them in this light as being stories that are imaginatively externalizing inner conflicts, just as this story of Cat in the Hat can be read as a story of the inner conflict of children projected outward into these imaginative fantasy characters of a cat and a fish. So in the first fairy tale we looked at, The Goose Girl, it told a story of a girl, was a princess, who went on a journey with her maid to the castle to go get married to a prince. And on the way, the maid takes the identity of the princess and forces her to change clothes, and she takes her horse and she shows up at the castle with the false identity as the princess. And the prince takes in the maid into the castle, and the real princess is sent out into the fields to tend the geese. And if we look at this as an externalized inner conflict, what would the inner conflict be? Well, it would be the inner conflict that a person can have in relationship between their desire to be loved for their true self, so to be known, to be seen deeply and loved as they are, on the one hand, and their fear that if they show themselves deeply and fully, the other person might not really love them, something will be displeasing and will end the love. So in that conflict, someone might create a false self in order to get love, but that love is in conflict with their desire to be known as they truly are. So the two sides of that conflict are externalized in these two characters, the princess and the maid. In another fairy tale we looked at before, Fitcher's Bird, a girl is taken to an enchanted, beautiful mansion made by a wizard, and if she does not open one of the doors in the house in which there's something horrible, there's these dismembered, bloody bodies, if she doesn't look in there, she can stay there and be happy. So what inner conflict could that be externalizing? Well, the conflict between the desire to have inner peace by dissociating or avoiding some part of ourselves that is hurt, traumatized, some unpleasant emotion or memory, on the one hand, and our desire to grow on the other. So we can create a certain peace in ourselves by avoiding something about ourselves or life, but that can stop our growth, symbolized in the story by the egg that the wizard gives to the girl to keep as long as she doesn't look in the room. She's kept herself undeveloped. But when she looks in the room, she starts to grow and have feathers, and she escapes and burns down the house that she doesn't need. So she's grown by overcoming that dissociation. So that fairy tale gives an external picture of an inner conflict that someone can have between wanting to have peace by avoidance or wanting to grow by facing something. Telling then stories and listening to stories is a properly human activity. Conflicts are particularly human. To be human is to be in conflict and to have inner conflict. When a sensing, instinctual animal develops a higher awareness, an ability to see causes and consequences, then there arise inner conflicts between our more limited instincts and sense desires and our broader awareness of consequences of our behaviors, of seeing more broadly than the immediate present in our immediate search for pleasure. Something might strike our senses and emotions as pleasurable, eating all this dessert, but there's another part of ourselves that humans had developed, this awareness, vaster awareness of things, extensions of time and causality, and we see the effects maybe that eating this will have in the future. And so we have an inner conflict, and that is part of being a human, being an animal, sensing animal who has developed a higher awareness at the same time. And this inner world of being a human is difficult to understand and to grasp, and so we imagine it. We give these inner parts of ourselves that are in conflict symbolic reality in our fantasy and make images of them, of their conflict and of ways to resolve them. We do this very naturally, spontaneously in our dreams. Throughout the day, we're doing this in our fantasy and our inner conversations. But fairy tales and good stories help children and all of us to do this better, do this very human thing of imagining and working through these inner conflicts. So we can be very grateful and make use of these great stories and fairy tales to help us in that. So that is our meditation on the Cat in the Hat. I don't know if Salomon, there's any comments or questions?
Yes. Somebody had asked, what is the purpose of the hat, and what would the cat be without the hat?
I think, to me, it's to show that it's a fantasy. It helps see the cat as symbolic, and also the playfulness and strangeness of the cat. There's also in this story, to me, I enjoy this story, and at the same time I feel there's something like a little creepy about it, and it has but people can see what they think about it, but there is this idea of these children alone at home, and this strange figure with his hat comes in, and I suspect perhaps that Dr. Seuss, the kind of Freudian things I touched upon, that there's more in that area, and that might have to do with the hat too.
Cool. Well, I really enjoyed this story very much.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and I think it does, when you look at it in that way, as giving an imaginative expression for children of what is happening inside of them. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
And anything else, or shall we finish with a meditation?
I believe we are ready to meditate.
Okay. So come with your awareness back into your body, our bodies that carry so much information, guidance, wisdom in the very molecules, structure, nature, inner powers and growth of our bodies. And notice any tension you might have, and just invite that to relax, to release. And open your spiritual part, your higher spirit and mind up to the world of the good guiding holy angels. Through our body we connect to the earth, and through our spirits we open up to the spiritual world. As we breathe in, bring those two together, the energy of the earth coming up through our feet, and the spiritual energy of the angels and the divine coming through our minds, our heads, and uniting heaven and earth within our hearts.
That was Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales with Sean Kramer. He will be live in April. It looks like April 21st. He'll be coming on to do a live episode. So if you want to tune in for one of those live ones, go ahead and do it. Just tune in live. It's a great time. We have a great time. I have a great time. You'll have a great time, and we'll all just have a great time together. So we have about 3.5 more hours of today's show. We're going to play, for the next 2 hours, we're going to play some chill music, some really nice, relaxing music. So really grateful. Also, beyond relaxing, it is very uplifting. Very uplifting. So thank you all for tuning in. This song here is Citrine Sand Dunes by Momentology.
Imagine you're not one single undivided organism in charge of your behavior. You're just not one body. You're a combination of hundreds and hundreds of intelligent forms. role in the symphony changed dramatically.
Hey, this is Billy Mays from Infinite Third. You're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
You are listening here to Bring Me to Life Radio. We still have about an hour and 15 minutes left of music. And then Tara Brach on freedom of difficult situations. This is option 22, The Change.
Listen up, can you hear the wind? It's calling from a new direction. It's coming up, it's coming in, ooh yeah, from another direction. Get ready for the change. Can you feel the titan? Yeah, it's gonna go away. You look up to a brighter day. It's coming up, it's coming in, ooh yeah, from another direction. Get ready for the change, yeah. When you last, you held me in your arms. I knew I found my home. And I've been searching o'er hill and dale, o'er space and time. You and me. It's coming up, it's coming in. Can you hear the wind? It's calling from another direction. Can you feel the titan? Yeah, get ready. It's coming down. It's coming on. Well, it's taking me over. Oh no, no, oh no, no. Let it take you over. Listen up, the time has come to move in another direction. So rewind it back to start again. Oh yeah, we've got to turn this around. Get ready for the change. Can you feel the titan? Yeah, it's gonna go. You look up to a brighter day. It's coming up, it's coming in, ooh yeah. You just keep believing. You keep it up, keep it on, keep it going, yeah. coming down, it's coming down.
Every day, another tragedy in the news. It makes me say, Lord, the world has really got the blues. It's enough to drive you crazy. No time to lose your mind. The thunder in the distance, it's just the ticking of the hands of time. Just a tombstone crumbling at the end of the material age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. A tombstone crumbling, just a relic of a bygone age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. I felt like an outlaw ever since I was a child. I didn't fit at all. They were tame, but I was wild. This concrete jungle, you know it's not my world at all. It's a toxic bungle, and I would not wait to see it fall. Just a tombstone crumbling at the end of the material age, slowly succumbing wildflowers and sage. A tombstone crumbling, a relic of a bygone age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. Yeah. We are the wildflowers and sage. We are the ones who will turn the page. Crack for a seed to find its way to the sun. Just step back. It's okay to still have fun. If this world is a prison, we are the flowers growing through the bars. 'Cause we never listened when they said we couldn't reach the stars. Just a tombstone crumbling at the end of the material age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. A tombstone crumbling, just a relic of a bygone age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. We are the wildflowers and sage. We are the ones who will turn the page. We are the wildflowers and sage. Yeah. We are the ones who will turn the page. Hey, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. descends, walking with you hand in hand. New DNA strands, upgraded programs, evolution of the human intelligent beyond past generations. Fast comprehension, shifting in dimensions. Crystalline indigo ascended, ancient wise souls forming in the embryos as the paradigm unfolds. Transition mission, uplifting earthplane existence. We're fixing the glitches in this delayed dodecahedron systems. We're shifting. We're shifting.
Very beautiful vibration, vibration, beautiful vibration, beautiful very beautiful vibration, beautiful vibration.
Brooklyn, where you at? 2014. Yeah. Yeah.
As if you could feel this, instilled mind still reveals the realness. As if you could feel this, instilled mind still reveals the realness.
From hilltops and great heights of street dreams and bright lights of billboards and campaigns, it's hiding in plain sight. Folks wandering, chasing mirages, it evades like holding on to incense flight. Smoke lifts, I'm reminded of the curtains rising as the drama rewinds each night. Scenes of tomorrow, happiness and sorrow, giving definitions of wrong and right.
As if you could feel this, instilled mind still reveals the realness. Yeah. As if you could feel this, instilled mind still reveals the realness.
Chilling in the pose, covered in stones. What if it's you who make the jewel so beautiful?
tears here, but when it feels gone, it was holding you all alone. As if you could feel this, instilled mind still reveals the realness.
Very beautiful vibration. Vibration.
As if you could feel this, instilled mind still reveals the realness.
Vibration. Very beautiful vibration. Very beautiful vibration. 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 Very beautiful vibration. Vibration.
How do I express what I feel like? New world, new view, I reveal life. Quite nice if I say so myself. Breathe every breath, now my view is beyond sight. So intense thus far, growth is immense in the life of a star. All hard as an art for a few, many do include, but my dreams are a you. My dreams are a you. My dreams are a you. I dream for the truth. And it's so on time in this life of mine, I feel so sublime. I know I shine cause my soul's aligned. I don't press rewind, I keep the flow going deep. Water steep, potion green, all too sweet. Ocean, me closer, she open. Till I know myself, not selfish, I just know what helps. Not possessive or repose on shelf. Unmolested, so perfected in health. E-N-D, so clean, you and me, we new speed, supersede, everything free. It's just what it does, and this is what we call love. This is what we call love. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. Who'd have known it was like that? Full-fledged new page on the right track. When you wanna bite first, but you bite back. Heart so open, matured with a mind that, yeah, it's a blessing indeed. Live from a force that makes living unique. Nothing to force, passion increase. No point to sleep when we live in our dreams. It's alright, in her eyes I reside. It's called life, in her heart I recline. It all tight, all in the rain or the ride. She shine bright, it's our life, and we live it up. No conditions, just make it a loving cup. Recondition what we thought was. This is what we call love. This is what we call love. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. A little thing called love. Just a little
Individuals are walking the planet now and they're asking, how can I stay expanded in a world that seems to be contracting? How can I evolve when everything seems to be dissolving right in front of me? And something within you knows that there are answers to those basic but yet profound questions. Something within you knows that if you keep on asking the right question, if you keep on digging, if you keep on searching, you'll eventually bump into the answer, and ultimately you will discover it, that it's with you all of the time. For the growth, development, and unfoldment of your soul is stop listening to the opinions of others. Stop listening to negativity. Stop listening to what might go wrong. Stop listening to what you might have to lose if you go for your dream. Stop listening to what you have to give up in order to be who and what you really are. When that something bigger than circumstance wants to express itself, you do your best to not listen to negativity. You may encounter delays. Along the way. And every delay is not a denial. It simply means that you're getting something that you're going to need to go forward. Everything is working for your good. So when there is a delay, you perhaps have to ask yourself, what is it that's trying to emerge right now in my life? You may have to ask yourself, what is it that I need to become in order to move forward, 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 forward.
There's something deeper than personality or behind the mind itself, which is not our thinking being. The mind is like our thinking aspect or thinking being. But because we are aware of our thoughts, there must be something deeper than the thinking mind. One who is awake is totally at one with this awareness, which is independent of the thinking mind. It's a state of pure being. What it means to be awake is simply to be awake to our eternal nature, our eternal being. To understand that we are not our conditioning. You are not who you have been thinking you are, or who you've been conditioned to believe you are, which is like a not just to understand this intellectually or mentally, but to really be one with this understanding inside your heart. There must be something deeper than the thinking mind. One who is awake is totally at one with this awareness, which is independent of the thinking mind. It's a state of pure being.
light. Light breathes life. Let go. Let go. Look within yourself. Listen. Open up to the world. Understand that you are everything. Infinite possibility. Love. Love.
You are tuned in to Bring Me to Life Radio. Coming up, we have about 2 more songs, Unlimit by Otis and Wandering the Endless Wasteland by Night Sky is a Time Machine. And then after that, we're going to have an awakening talk by Tara Brach on freedom in the midst of difficulty. So stay tuned. We have a great rest of the show. After the talk by Tara Brach will be a guided meditation by myself on forgiveness. This is Unlimit by Otis. And now enjoy this awakening talk.
I'd like to begin by telling you about a friend of mine who some years back went to Asia and practiced for 3 months in a monastery. And towards the end of his time, he was increasingly having a kind of sense of real stillness and open-heartedness. It was a kind of openness where there wasn't any grasping, any want for anything to be different. There wasn't a sense of somebody there that was owning the experience or controlling anything. So there's a real sense of freedom and well-being. And he asked himself, as we well might, well, is this enlightenment? You know, it was really his question. And then he came back to the States and spent the holidays with his wife's family and came to the conclusion it wasn't. But in a way, it was and it wasn't. And I like the way I like to frame it, and many teachers put it this way, is we can have enlightened moments. And for him, they were what you might say unstable, that what allowed that experience to really be in its fullness was a very structured environment and an intensive practice. But, you know, I've heard from many of you, many people tell me at the end of some of our retreats and even after a class that there was this time of kind of settledness and our quietness, our touching some peace, or a feeling of this heart that was not holding back love. And then also I hear people say, and then I started talking to people, or I went home and, you know, had a conversation with my husband about, you know, who was going to drive so-and-so to the school next day, and it all just vanished, you know. So that's what happens, that we touch, and what I consider really valuable, we have a taste sometimes of freedom, of that where we're not so self-centered and there's an openness and a presence. And then because we still have a lot of habits of reacting, we clutch. We move from that non-self-centeredness and that openness into a very solid kind of sense of here I am and I'm having a hard time and this is what I need to do. And our narrative's back in action, right? So the defining feature of any moment where there's really no suffering, any moment where there's really happiness, and I don't mean the kind of happiness because we just won, you know, a big award, but a kind of happiness that's really deep. The defining feature is that there's not a sense of a self-identity. There's not a kind of centralizing of experience. Now, we might not consciously be aware that that's what's happening. We might not be saying to ourselves, oh, a selfless moment, you know. But in the moments where we're not holding on and we're not resisting, when we're just meeting life with our whole body, our whole awareness, there's not a solidification of self. And so this is the way the Tibetan Book of the Dead puts it. It says, O nobly born, O you of glorious origins, remember your radiant true nature, the essence of mind. Trust it. Return to it. It's home. And what happens to us? We just leave home. We forget. I think of a lot of this path as forgetting. We forget really who we are. We forget that love and that awareness and that creativity and that presence. And we go into this trance where we're in a kind of familiar but very narrowed sense of who we are. And we operate in it, but it doesn't feel good because it's not home. And that in some way motivates us to pay attention in a way that helps us remember. And the more we have the taste of freedom, the more we get the sense of that really is who I am. There's a kind of sincerity that grows, that this feels like the truth of my being. And then we get motivated to bring it into all the parts of our life. And I really feel like where spirituality becomes mature is when we're not just a yogi on a cushion trying to make a spiritual experience happen, but where there's this unfolding where through all the domains of our life, there's more and more of a sense of living from who we are. There's more of that congruence, that remembering. So what I would like to talk about tonight and maybe next week, I'm not sure, I haven't kind of figured out how much I want to cover, is the centrality of this sense of identity. To get us more awake to, okay, consolidated, strong self here, have kind of forgotten the bigger picture. So that we're more awake to when we forget, we kind of notice the forgetting, which of course is the beginning of coming back home again. So we begin with the word identification. And it's broken down. Idem means same. Idem means same. And facere means to make. So when we identify with something, we make it the same as self. There's this kind of ego self-identity, and what's happening is there's all these different facets of our experience that we say, this is me. We kind of pull together a constellation, and that's our familiar sense of self. So what's it made of? What do we identify with? Well, we identify with our bodies and our appearances, right? That's a big one. We identify with the strong, most predominant emotions that we feel and the thoughts and beliefs that typically go with them. That feels like me. When stuff happens, it's happening to me, or I'm causing it. So the body, the emotions, the thoughts. And of course, we identify with our roles. We hold them tight. That is me. We identify sometimes with our religion, with our politics. Very strong. It's a very, where we have very strong feelings, strong identity. When we have strong aversion, strong identification. When we have strong attachment, that's me. The identity is solid. So we start looking and sense, what are we identifying the most with and where is it causing pain in our life? And sometimes it's not. We hold together this constellation with this narrative. We're always talking to ourselves about who we are and what's happening in our life. And we kind of present the main themes to others. I am this kind of person, I'm that kind of person. I'm a recovering addict, or I'm a businessman, or I'm an intellectual, scholarly type, or I'm a liberal, or whatever it is. I was reminded the other day, my husband Jonathan has on his resume, on his website, and anywhere he has promotional materials, he's got his name, Jonathan Faust, and then it says M.A. CSA. Well, it wasn't until a few months ago that somebody actually said to him, so what's the CSA? And with a great amount of dignity, he said, it's Cub Scouts of America. It was the first time anyone asked. Now, these are on resumes he sends to banks that he does mindfulness stuff for, and everywhere he sends it out, and it says CSA, and So, now, is that identification a problem? I mean, I don't know how much of his sense of self is wrapped around it. But what makes an identity a problem? Okay, because this is an important question. It's not a problem that an ego sense evolves. It is part of nature. It's part of the design. Ego sense emerges. It helps us to structure and organize and navigate on the planet. But when the aspects of the constellation that we're identified with are a problem is when they really define us. They prevent us from remembering what the Tibetan Book of the Dead's pointing to, this awareness, this love, this essence quality. It's when the identification's tight and it kind of possesses us and it squeezes us and it narrows us that it causes suffering. So how it happens, how does it happen that parts of our identity really squeeze us and keep us small? I tend to think of it in terms of severed belonging. You know, the more we have a sense of severed belonging from the whole, and for some it happens because there wasn't good enough parenting. There wasn't the kind of understanding and love that let us feel an organic sense of belonging, so something got severed. And so our identity starts clutching around things that aren't really our true nature. We develop a false self because we don't feel that belonging. Sometimes that severed belonging happens out of genetic causes. And largely it happens because of the dis-ease of the cultures we live in. What are the messages we're given? Those messages help to shape our identity. And that identity is less than the truth of who we are. So if we believe it, if we're afraid we're falling short, or if we are inflated because we're so great, we're not going to see who we are. So there's a familiar domain that we know about that happens when we feel disconnected that most of us have some of. And it shows up when we don't feel lovable or don't feel worthy. And there's this sense of a limited self-sense. It's marked by feelings of failure often, that we're just not making it, or cravings that can never be really satisfied. And it's marked by difficulties with intimacy and anxiety. And that's our sense of self. It's a small sense of self. And for most of us, it also involves a sense of separate from others, and others are bad or wrong in some way or are letting us down. So this is, again, the pain of that limited self-sense. Now, it's interesting to me, both Western and Eastern psychology are very focused on this identity we have. And in Western psychology, it's how did our object relations, our connections with others, end up creating a sense of self, and is it a healthy one, or is it distorted, fragmented, confused? In Eastern psychology, the assumption is that not only do we have suffering from the way the distortions of the self-senses form, but any sense of self gets in the way of us really perceiving our wholeness. So a lot of the practice of meditation is not in a real sudden way necessarily, but gradually helping us to deconstruct, to undo that sense of this is who I am, a separate self. So in our work on the spiritual path, whether we think of it this way or not, we are in a process of gradually remembering who we are. I mean, the Buddha taught that our suffering is because we forget that wholeness. We forget the truth of who we are. And it's almost this invitation just to notice any time you're suffering, who are you believing you are? What's your sense of self in those moments? That's what we're going to begin to explore and do some reflections together tonight. So you can begin to identify, where do you get hooked? Where does that sense of ego self become so solid and strong that it really causes you to forget your true belonging, forget really where the source of happiness is? So I like to begin with the way we get identified with our body, because it's, in a way, the most basic. It's also quite workable. We can begin to see it pretty clearly. And so it's kind of a simple way we just get defined, and for many it's by our health. We're certainly defined, most of us, by gender, by sexual orientation, by appearance, by our sense of age and how old am I, by So what happens is, let's say there's sickness. This sickness is owned by me, it's happening to me, it's caused by me, it has a very self sense to it. We identify with it, it's suppressing me. That's just an example. And then when we're identified with bodily things, we look at others and who do they become? What's the veil? We see another person, they're a cancer patient. All of a sudden that's predominant. It stops us from seeing who's there. Are they obese? Are they a model? Are they an athlete? Are they an old person? Are they in some way disabled? It stops us from seeing. I remember reading Stones from the River. How many of you read that book, Stones from the River? Can I see? It's a book of, and it focuses on dwarfs, and the protagonist is a dwarf. And I remember reading it and with horror, realizing that all my life, whenever I had thought of or seen anything to do with dwarfs, it was like I did not think, oh, human subjective beingness. In some way it was like other. And it was like a real embarrassing horror because you fall in love with the protagonist and her humanity, her vast goodness. How much do we look at each other and in some way get blinded by body? And then our culture, so many standards about appearance and sexuality and gender that really confine us. About aging, that aging and sickness is like an insult. It's like this, and I can sense it for myself. I'm going to be turning 59, and in some way, there's sometimes a sense that I'm battling the insults of aging. Yet another's coming my way, and then this new wrinkle and this new thing. It's like I'm kind of like at war in some way with this natural process, and it's offensive. I mean, how many of you can sense that as like it's just this message from the culture that what's desirable and good is not old necessarily. I remember seeing a little cartoon of a couple in their mid-80s and their rockers on a porch, and he's saying to her, "So now you want to have an open relationship?" So it's cute, but how many of us can relate? I was talking to a friend of mine who's just turning 71, and she's saying the fear that's coming with aging and how many things are going, and how much in this culture women that our value, a premium, is based on attractiveness and youth. Big deal. And then the acute suffering of young people. As a psychologist, I worked many times with young women who are anorexic, struggling over trying to meet a standard for thinness that's actually really unhealthy. How many young people struggle are males that are given this idea of what it is to be a male. My son was recently home. He was telling me about a bachelor party. I had forgotten the rituals of a bachelor party. I'm not going to even name them all. I mean, like the cigar lounge and the tour of a brewery, and his friends joked about that this is going to be the manliest bachelor party, and like, what is manly, It's confining of who we are. So I think of young boys who might not be into sports or might not be drawn to little girls, be drawn to other boys, and the tragedy of what's happened when we see the young teens that are finding out that, this is a world they can't live in and committing suicide because of the anguish of being gay. Horrible. So this identification with body is a big thing. And where you'll find it in your life is wherever there's strong reactivity, wherever you feel really attached to something bodily, attached to being muscular and fit or strong or athletic or beautiful, are very aversive to something, are very aversive to being sick or aging or to being heavy or whatever it is. That's where the identification is. So let's reflect together. I'm going to have you reflect at a few different places, but just to begin to sense for yourself, where is this so? So in this pause, just let yourself take a few breaths and come right here. You've been listening to a lot of words. See if you can feel your body again from the inside. And also let yourself sense how you relate to or experience your body. Perhaps its appearance, its capacities, its level of health. Notice if there's anything that you're really, really attached to about how you want your body to be or how it is. Or if there's anything you're really aversive to, what you really don't like, what you really feel should be different and you want to be different. Where are you identified? Is it being a sick person or an old person or a fit person? If you find somewhere that you can sense there's a strong identity, a strong wanting or fearing, a sense of the kind of solid self in there that's wanting or fearing something about the body, you might ask, is this who I really am? Is this older person or heavy person or sick person who I really am? Just to inquire a little for right now, just to ask that. Maybe you've had the experience of looking in the mirror over the years and all of a sudden realizing you were looking at your parents' face. Like, how did that happen? But have you really changed? I mean, who's inside? Who's looking out? You know, for some, it's getting older or getting real sick, this wisdom arises, that there's this kind of transparency all of a sudden. You can sense spirit shining through, that this body is changing, coming, going. So there's not so much identification, but for most of us, before that, there's a lot of grasping, a lot of aversion. And the truth is, these bodies will keep changing and eventually grow old if you don't die young, and deteriorate and die. And if your self sense is identified with the body, you're going to be on a ride that's destined to be very difficult. So what helps us to loosen that identification? To remember something more is the inquiry. Okay, so that's just touching in a little bit. This is something you can explore more deeply as you go. So that's one layer of identification. The much more difficult one is emotions, is our emotions and the beliefs that circle with them. When strong fear arises, the sense of it takes over our world. It's like, this is me. I am the fearful self. Something bad is happening to me. Or if it's craving, or this is a bad self, this is a needy self. This gets very, very strong with emotions because it occupies our whole psyche. We forget. So there's two clumps of how we identify with emotions. Sometimes we're identifying with wanting something a whole lot. So you might sense, okay, what's this wanting self here? What are the things you want? And we sense it's when we're really wanting, let's say, a romantic relationship, or we really want someone's approval or attention, or we're really wanting a certain job or to win something. I often share that line, when a pickpocket sees a saint, he or she sees the saint's pocket. You know, when we're really wanting, what happens to our vision, to our attention? You know, if you're traveling and you have to pee, what are you looking at in the scenery? You know, you're looking for a rest stop, right? Yeah, unless you're a guy. They get it in different ways. So our attention gets fixated. We lose sight. We forget. Some of you might remember this story. It's one of my favorites, of a man and a woman sitting next to each other on a plane, and she's there and she sneezes, and she takes out a tissue and she wipes her nose and shudders really violently for 10, 15 seconds. And then he's kind of surprised, goes back to his reading, but it happens again. She sneezes, takes out a tissue, gently wipes her nose, but then she shudders again really violently. He's getting more curious about this shuddering, what is going on with her. So it happens one more time. She sneezes, wipes her nose, and shudders, and finally gets up his courage, and he says, look, you've sneezed 3 times and wiped your nose and shuddered. What is going on? And she said, I have a very strange condition. When I sneeze, I get an orgasm. And, you know, he's a little surprised by that. He goes, what are you taking for it? And she said, pepper. So when we want something, when we're on our way to something we want, we miss out on the scenery, so to speak. And I had a really interesting discussion with my son, Narayan, who I've mentioned here in terms of his computer games in the past. And he's got it's proportional now in his life, but he has kind of self-analyzed it, because he's very into Magic the Gathering, some of you might be familiar with, and some other games. And the way he analyzes gamings is the seasons when it's taking over his sense of self and life, and he's kind of narrowed. He uses the chemical term. He's kind of on a conditioned dopamine cycle, whereby every time he reaches a certain level, he gets a dopamine fix or hit that really feels good, and then he wants to get to the next level in the game. He gets another hit, and he's always on his way somewhere, and it's kind of exciting, and it's addictive. And this is interesting to me. He says, especially on some of the new video games, they have some really cool stories and really gorgeous graphics and scenery. And he says he misses out on all of it, the whole adventure and discovery and exploring and so on, because he's so fixed on getting to the next level. Well, what is happening to us when we're doing our achieving and trying to prove something, and in some way we accomplish something and check something off the list, but then we're driven to the next? I mean, how long is it when you finish a project before your mind is already looking at what next you're going to do? I mean, for me, it can be just a matter of seconds, you know. I mean, I watch it. So we have these fixes, and within it is the sense of the doing self. There's an identity, the achieving self, the mastering, the self that's got some levels of mastery. Now, mastering itself can be a wonderful part of our unfolding, but when the drive to master becomes an addiction, the cycles that I described, we forget who we are. We become this achieving self that's always trying to make the next best thing happen. We can't rest. We can't remember, as the Tibetan Book of the Dead describes it, that radiance of our nature. We don't come home. So let me ask you again to reflect. Well, this time we're going to reflect a little bit on the wanting self. Again, you're looking for where you might get hooked. The Tibetans have a word called shenpa, which is that stickiness where you're wanting something and you just keep going after it and you can't really settle into presence. For you, is it the wanting for accomplishment or achievement? Are you wanting attention? Are you wanting a partner or a different partner or something to do with a close human? Is it more to do with substances where you get caught? What is it? What's something you're really hankering after, wanting to happen, wanting to experience? As you consider this, just imagine yourself in the thick of wanting mind, when you're the wanting self. Whether it's wanting another bowl of ice cream or wanting a certain job or wanting something to do with material goods or whatever it is. Just sense, you might even exaggerate right now to really tune in. What's your body like when you're wanting? You're wanting something to work out in a certain way. What's your body feel like? Can you feel the restlessness and the tension? What's your heart feel like when you're really wanting something? When there's kind of a grabbing or grasping or a chasing after? What's your sense of yourself when you're wanting? Do you like this self that's here when you're wanting something a lot, very strongly? You're wanting somebody to be a certain way, you're wanting something to happen or something to change. Do you like the self sense? Just to get a little familiar, this is, again, what the Buddha described, the suffering of self. It can be sometimes really strong. You might really feel shame around a needy self or an out-of-control self, or it may be just a sense of contraction that you're not fully at home and something more whole. And either way, it's a form of suffering. It's still the pain of separation. Is this who I really am? Just ask for a moment. Is this wanting self who I really am? Again, this is a to be continued. It's a very useful question I find to ask myself when I'm caught. Is this who I really am? Just to, in some way jog something. Now, then there's the aversive self. That's a self that's judging, hating, disliking, afraid, angry. That's a really strong identity. It's one that really we can feel possessed by. We might not even think of ourselves as, oh, I'm the aversive self. There's just aversion and everything's so collected around it. We're in that trance of this story of our life that's very confined. And we're forgetting. We're forgetting who we are. We're forgetting who the other is. So an example of this is a very recent story from my own life. I often don't share something this recent, but because I was working on this talk on identification, I've been really, that's been my lens as happens. And I was with a close member of my family who's dealing with impending loss and really, really struggling. And my intention's usually to be with somebody and, kind and present. I got into this role that sometimes happens to us where I tried to fix things and I had an idea of what should happen. really dangerous. I was trying to make some things right, and I had a very strong opinion on it. And for a spell, rather than really a sensitive attending to her, feelings of grief and confusion, I was being more controlling and more, here's what we need to do and so on. It was really hurtful. It was really hurtful. I caught it. I apologized. But it wasn't quick makeup. It was hurtful. I had not been sensitive. So I, over the rest of that day, I was feeling very much really down on myself. I went into a real bad self kind of experience, and I was not thinking, oh, but the whole of me is radiant awareness, and this is just a little wave on the surface of my ocean, and I was not there. It was like a very strong feeling of this, really yucky stabbing feeling in my heart. And so it was a limited self-sense. This is my identity contracted. I was into bad personhood, and I was identifying with those waves of bad personhood, that constellation. Now, when we're the victim, it's still a small self. She, as we could explore it together, was caught in her a victim, and it still has a feeling of not okayness, and we've still forgotten who we are. So let me ask you to reflect on where aversiveness has ended up becoming a kind of centralizing place in your life, where you might find that stickiness of self and identification with aversion. So again, you can just close your eyes and check in. And you might just scan, because again, identification happens when the feelings are very strong. What are situations where you get caught in maybe fearing what's going to happen? Or when you're really triggered by someone, angry, betrayed. Or when there's, as I experience, a kind of shame or down on yourself. What are the situations? Or is there one that stands out for you that you can investigate right now? Now, if there is one, let yourself enter it a bit. Where you're reactive, with anger, fear, shame. And let yourself notice, again, you might exaggerate a little so you can enter right in and sense the what's wrong feeling and what's really you're afraid of or upset by. Just take your time and just feel that and sense what your body's like when you're in reaction. When there's judgment or real anxiety about what's going to happen. Shame. What's your heart feel like? What's your sense of self when you're in this? Just look at your sense of your own identity, like the sense of who am I? You might notice if you like this self. Maybe you do. Maybe there's a righteousness or a feeling like, well, this is real and this is what I'm feeling. But ask yourself even more deeply, is this who I really am? Can I even get a glimmer of who I really am in the midst? This is really who I am. Okay, just gently come on back. that this was a very quick reflection, so you didn't have a lot of time to get in touch. But for those of you that maybe got in touch with a strong current reactivity in your life, you might have noticed, as I described with myself, that if you're really in it, and it's a strong reaction, it does feel like me in those moments. This feels very solid, very like me. And to too quickly try to say, yeah, but what about that wholeness and that radiance and that love, would actually be to dishonor the actual experience in the moment. You don't want to jump too quickly. So that inquiry of, is this who I really am, is useful just to kind of open things up a bit, but you want to stay with the experience. And so what I'd like to do is for this last part of this talk, is explore how do we, with a real authenticity, move from that grip of identification to more freedom without dishonoring the realness of the feelings. Because I've seen many teachings or practices that says, oh, you're angry, well, don't water the seeds of anger, go to this. But in a way, it buries what's there, and it confirms this kind of sense like, I'm bad for feeling this. Does that make sense? So what is really an honoring way that we can stay with what's there, but wake up through it to who we are? I like, as a metaphor, something I've been using a bit for years and years, and a bit tonight, of if you sense yourself as an ocean, that there are some patterns of waves that we've come to say, oh, this is me. And when there's a lot of reactivity, it feels strongly like me, and we do forget the vastness and the depth and the full aliveness and the radiance and the goodness. We forget. So the practice is not to say, oh, those waves, they're not me. It's to have a way to feel the waveness and discover the oceanness inside it, so we can sense the vastness of what we are and still honor the play of feelings, emotions, and thoughts as they're moving through. To not be exclusively identified. So let me share with you a little more of how I worked with what was going on for me, because, as I mentioned, this was just a few days ago, and it was pretty strong. As you know, hurting people that you love, it can really cause a contraction. So for me, when I began working with it, the first step is always recognizing what's going on. So I started recognizing the thoughts that were going on, and the thoughts were, how could I? I teach this stuff. I teach about not fixing but being present. How could I? It was that kind of a feeling. And then there's, thoughts that, just that morning I had done my meditation and felt really open and so on, and I ended with that prayer, please may I live this day from loving presence, whoever I'm in touch with, may there be kindness and understanding. I had that prayer, how could I? So there was that feeling. And then, or that thought, and then, the feeling of bad person and this aching heaviness that I mentioned. The next step was to let the feelings be strong enough that I could recognize, oh, this is suffering. I'm caught. There's a caughtness, a feeling of separate and bad and caught. There's some forgetting, there's suffering here. And I find it very useful. I sometimes call it the ouch moment, just to name, this is hard, this hurts, this is suffering. And if we can even remember, it's not my suffering, it's the suffering. The Sufis talk about the mother of this world, and that each one of us are endowed with a certain amount of the pain of the world. It's the suffering. Others experience it too. I'm not alone. So that was the first step, is to feel how bad it felt and go, okay, suffering. This is suffering. And then how do I want to relate to it? As soon as we can get, ouch, this is suffering, there's a little more space to sense how do we want to relate. Which brings us to the most basic principle with the waves. It doesn't matter what waves are going on. What matters is how we're relating. And if there's no mindfulness, if we're completely absorbed in them, we're identified. If we're relating to the waves, not from them, we begin to reconnect to a larger sense of being. So for me, how do I want to relate? I want to relate in a way that's kind and in a way that's forgiving. It does not help to condemn myself. It just doesn't help. It doesn't then make me set up to be a nicer person the next time. So that was the practice. And forgiveness, by the way, means you have to stay in touch with what feels so bad. You don't forgive by just doing a blanket statement, oh, forgiven, you're fine, go ahead, do what you want. Forgiveness means, okay, I feel this sense, this sinking, aching feeling of having created harm. Forgiven, be with it with kindness. And I usually put my hand on my heart because it helps me be more sincere and present with myself. So as I did that, there began to be this shift where that heavy, aching feeling, it became flooded with kind of a sorrow and a tenderness. And then that tenderness, if there was a voice to that tenderness, it would have been really simply, I really want her to feel some peace. I really want her to feel loved. Then I could begin to ask that inquiry, is that bad person, that hurtful person who I really am? Then I could ask that with some integrity. Because then it was clear, those are waves of conditioning and they're part of this being. And they're not defining this beingness. There's love, there's awareness here. I was back in a kind of being the ocean and with the waves, not denying the waves. The more that we have that perspective, then we can begin to enter the waves in a very, very whole way. We can meet them with our whole body. These are the words of poet Donna Faulds, and this is a poem called Go In and In. And it comes from a book of poetry called Go In and In. And we're going to have that available in a few weeks because her poetry is so powerful and simple. She says, go in and in. Be the space between two cells, the vast resounding silence in which spirit dwells. Go in and turn away from nothing that you find. So this is the process, that we feel these waves, and we're not saying, oh, bad, or oh, this isn't me. We go in and in. We feel the waves. We feel the aliveness, the clutch, the pain, the soreness, the sadness, and the space that's inside everything. I think many of you know that they say that 99.9% of this universe is space. Now that includes the universe inside us. So when you go in and into these waves of emotion and pain, if you really stay with it, with courage, you find that space, that silence that's inside everything. Again, that's this expression of oceanness. You find the space, and then there's room for these waves. So a few comments. I'm going to have you practice this in a moment, this way of being with the aversive self and really opening up. But a few comments, which is that it begins with recognizing something's going on. If you can pause and say, oh, okay, whether you call it, Shenpa, that stickiness, or identification, or aversive self, or reactive self, okay, something's going on. And then you choose to hang out. You pause. You say, okay, what's going on? The thoughts, you recognize the feelings, and choose to be with forgiveness, with kindness. Then you'll be in a space that has that presence to go in and find your freedom. Okay, that's the sequence. There's a poet, another poet, I'd like to mention tonight. And her name's Tara Sophia Moore from the West Coast. And she calls this larger truth we discover when we go through the waves and find the ocean, she says that she calls it your other names. We have the name we're familiar with of the ego self, a certain set of waves. You find your other names as you open in presence. I'm going to read you. This is a poem she wrote called The One Deep Inside Your Chest. Okay? It's, again, same idea as going in and in, but it's a way of paying attention. And she talks about paying attention, in this case, to the body. You might also sense to the emotional body or to the behaving self. She says, this first part's recognized. Step back and watch your body being a body. Watch an arm move through space. Watch an ankle turn. For me, watch the thoughts play out. Watch the feelings that are going on. She says, watch your body as it likes things or doesn't, as it gets scrapes and bruises, as the skin darkens and falls into folds. Step back to the perimeter of the theater and watch your body on the stage. Can you feel, as you do, the one deep inside your chest who has existed forever? Can you watch? Can you know that you're associated with, it's part of, but can you feel the one deep inside your chest, she writes, who has existed forever, who has made 1,000 journeys, who feels like a comet in the dark, the inner filament? I know. No one ever told you. I know. It wasn't the name you learned to write at school, but that is the one. But that one is you. That one is the real you. Can you feel inside? Can you feel the deep one inside your chest who has existed forever? So in a way, this is what we're talking about tonight, that we find our other names. We get caught in a narrow identity, wanting self, fearful self. And by presence, we start discovering a broader sense of our being that really is our refuge. It's our freedom. It's available to each of us. But it begins by just contacting our experience and going, oh, okay, suffering. Can I be kind? And then deepening presence, going in and in to that beingness. Again, before we practice, I want to say that when we discover that one who's always been there, that spirit, that what's sometimes described as formless essence, it actually frees us to celebrate the waves, to celebrate this particular body in its uniqueness and aliveness, to celebrate the play of emotions and to celebrate the life that's being lived. Because what's happening is we're remembering our wholeness. We're remembering our belonging to all of life. This is John Seuss. He writes, and it's like belonging to life. He says, to be of the earth is to know the restlessness of being a seed, the darkness of being planted, the struggle toward the light, the pain of growth into the light, the joy of bursting and bearing fruit, the love of being food for someone, the scattering of your seeds, the decay of the seasons, the mystery of death, and the miracle of birth. We practice to wake up from this small identity and to realize our belonging to this aliveness in earth, this wholeness, and to this formless awareness that's really the one who's been here forever. So we'll close together tonight with a final reflection, give you a chance just to explore, just 3 minutes short. Explore a place where you might get stuck in a more narrowed identity, a name that does not feel really good to you. Just sense a little bit on how we open. I'd like to invite you to choose wherever you may have felt reactive with some real charge, and it might be useful to choose some reactivity that happens with another person, because the truth that we forget, the identity we forget, when we forget our own, we forget each other. So where might you have recently or more regularly gone into a fear reaction or judgment, hurt, blame, anger? feeling of distance where you felt kind of stuck in a separateness. If you have a situation, just to go inside it enough so you can really, with a kind of courage, sense, okay, so what's it like when I'm caught in that? How does my body feel? My heart? The first all-important recognition is that when you're caught, it's suffering. It's not your suffering, it's just the suffering. It's how our body minds get caught, get narrowed. So you might just in some way acknowledge that, okay, ouch, this is suffering, the suffering. And sense how you want to relate to it. Even the intention to regard the suffering with some care, with some kindness, will begin to open the door to the other names, your other true names, to that radiance. Just the intention. You might, as I did, if it helps you to put your hand on your heart and just sense with the touch of your hand that you're offering a forgiving, kind presence to that stuck sense of self, to that angry self, the hurt self, the victimized self, the fearful self. And notice what happens when you feel that touch and that kindness, or even the intention to be kind. Notice what happens. You can vary the touch if you'd like. It actually helps you to really be intimate with your own experience. So you're communicating a kind presence. The beginning of a shift in identification comes with that kindness. You can find a little more space, a little more sense that who you are is not the stuck self. There's a kind of presence that's more what you are. A kind presence. So you can begin to let yourself go in and in more. Just feel the place of disturbance, of hurt, of fear, just as sensations, as aliveness, and just keep going in. As if you're just saying yes to it with the deepest yes you know. Yes, I'll feel this. Yes, be what you are. Just experiencing it as energy in your body. And see if you can begin to sense in this energy in your body some space that's inside it, the space between the cells. Again, from the poem, the one deep inside your chest, can you feel that? Can you feel the one deep inside your chest who has existed forever? Who has made 1,000 journeys? Who feels like a comet in the dark, the inner filament? Take a moment to sense, who am I? When there's this presence with what's going on, who am I right now? And can you begin to sense a tenderness, an openness, a presence that's more the truth of who you are than any personality, any particular emotion, any story? Sri Nisargadatta puts it. He says, love tells me I'm everything. Wisdom tells me I'm nothing. Between the two, my life flows. If you chose a situation that involved another person, you might close your reflection by sensing the other person and see if you can sense behind the mask the consciousness, the aliveness, and that beingness that's also been there forever. So we close with metta. Just take a moment to offer yourself whatever blessing you'd like tonight to close the evening. Just whatever wish naturally comes to you for your own healing and freedom. Extending that heart field to include anyone that's come to mind in your meditation or anyone in your life right now that just naturally you want to offer some metta to, some loving kindness to. Just sense that person in your heart. Seeing the spirit shining through that being, offering your blessing. And we close by extending our blessings so that all of us here right now, listening through podcasts or watching, all of us, that field of heart space, that awakening heart space, just to send our prayers to all beings. May all beings everywhere realize their deepest nature as loving presence. Inhabit that nature and live from that nature. May there be peace on earth. May all beings everywhere awaken and be free. Namaste.
And now enjoy this guided meditation. For this next meditation, we will be practicing the act of forgiveness. Forgiveness allows us to release any negative emotions or energy that we've been holding on to. Before we start this meditation, we are going to call upon Archangel Zadkiel to be with us. Archangel Zadkiel is the angel of forgiveness. So if you'll close your eyes, we will call upon Archangel Zadkiel. Archangel Zadkiel, please come and be with us in this time. We open ourselves up to you. We open up this space for you to come and be with us and assist us. It is done, it is done, it is done. Now that Archangel Zadkiel is with us now, we will begin the meditation. So go ahead and get in a comfortable position and close your eyes. And while you do that, I will continue. Lewis B. Smedes says, "To forgive is to set a prisoner free and discover that the prisoner was you." Forgiveness can set us free and allow us to live our true paths. If you're struggling with forgiveness, that's okay. We all struggle, and we all especially struggle with forgiveness. But remember that forgiveness isn't for another, it is for the self. You are doing yourself a good deed by forgiving. So let's start off by relaxing the mind. Just forget about your day-to-day life. Put it aside for just the moment and promise to return to it after the meditation. Now take a deep breath in, drawing in the positive energy that surrounds you. Exhale completely, letting go of all that old, heavy energy. Take another deep breath in, beginning to feel relaxed and at peace. And exhale completely, releasing any tension or stress. And now take one more deep breath in, coming to a place of complete relaxation. Exhale all the air in your lungs, letting go of anything that is holding you back. And begin to breathe a steady rhythm, whatever is the most comfortable for you. And now visualize all the moments of your past, present, and future that created any feeling of betrayal, hurt, and or pain, who you may be feeling these emotions towards. And hold on to these emotions and these people and continue to visualize those who have hurt you. And continue to breathe in a rhythm that is comfortable for you. Once you have all the emotions and faces locked in, begin to say to yourself, "I forgive all past, present, and future experiences of betrayal and hurt. I forgive all those who have hurt me or caused me pain." Continue to say this with me, each time feeling it more and more. I forgive all past, present, and future experiences of betrayal and hurt. I forgive all those who have hurt me or caused me pain. One more time. I forgive all past, present, and future experiences of betrayal and hurt. I forgive all those who have hurt me or caused me pain. Now we may begin to forgive ourselves. Say this with me, and feel these words. I forgive myself completely. I forgive myself completely. I forgive myself for all moments of pain, sadness, depression, betrayal, and wrongdoing. I forgive myself for not being true to me. I forgive myself for any regret. I forgive myself for all past, present, and future experiences. If you are still having trouble, allow Archangel Zadkiel to assist you. Repeat this. I call upon and allow Archangel Zadkiel to come to me and assist me in letting go of all feelings of pain, drama, and betrayal. I allow Archangel Zadkiel to come into my life and assist me in forgiving the unforgivable. I allow Archangel Zadkiel to help me in forgiving myself and all others. It is done, it is done, it is done. Let's do this one more time. I call upon and allow Archangel Zadkiel to come to me and assist me in letting go of all feelings of pain, drama, and betrayal. I allow Archangel Zadkiel to come into my life and assist me in forgiving the unforgivable. I allow Archangel Zadkiel to help me in forgiving myself and all others. It is done, it is done, it is done. And so it is. Now, just let everything go. We have released everything now. Feel what it feels like to let go of all that pain. Feel what it feels like to have forgiven yourself and all others. Ask yourself, what does it feel like now that I've forgiven myself and all others? What does it feel like now that I've forgiven myself and all others? With that question, just try to relax and experience what that feeling would feel like. This is a moment of peace, so just let everything go and feel it. Feelings do you sense in your physical body? Is there any tingling sensations? Do you feel like you're floating? Do you feel grounded? Begin to feel around, sensing any feelings in your physical body, and just allowing those sensations to be. Do you feel anything in your emotional body? Do you sense any changes? Feel lighter? Do you feel more peaceful? Begin to explore your emotional body. Begin to explore emotions, sensing any differences. begin to wiggle your toes, wiggle your fingers, and come back to your day-to-day life. This meditation will affect you far beyond this moment. You will begin to feel much lighter and clear in your thoughts. You will be able to move past those things holding you back and truly living. You will begin to experience true freedom now. If this is an area in your life where you are struggling the most, doing this meditation one time might not complete everything. Continue to do this meditation as long as is necessary, and the more you do it, the more you will feel it. Each time you say these words, the more powerful they will become. And now slowly open your eyes and wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. And namaste. Thank you all for tuning in here to Bring Me to Life Radio, where we record from the back of Mountain Shine Creative. It is shine time all day. Even if it's raining, it's still shiny and bright in this studio. And I guess you would have to see it to understand why we say that. And we also say it because the name Shine Time Studios, is shine time all days. So easy to say. But that was a meditation on forgiveness that I recorded for my very first meditation album called Welcome to Meditation. We have just about one more song. It's going to be a sound healing song, and then that will be the day. So thank you all for tuning in. Share this on your favorite social media if you enjoyed it, and have a great rest of your day. This is Transformation by Rasamai and Paradiso. Thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio, awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness. Don't forget to like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to us on YouTube by searching Project Bring Me to Life. Thanks for tuning in, and until next time.